Test. Test.
Okay.
Test. Test.
Testing. While waiting for one of the examiners. Can you hear that?
Yes, immediately after you make your answer, just go ahead and forward the improvements. Otherwise you have invested for okay.
Then it would be yours. That's how we end up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. Start bouncing up the bodies here.
Who is the candidate? Let's see.
Hi, a very good afternoon to the fellow researcher. And for the second session today, we will have two proposal defense and four progress report. And I will start the proposal defense with Chehajin Kamal. Okay, and the examiner for today is Dr. Harvinder Singh and also Dr. Kairin. You will call Kamal.
Afternoon, everyone. First, honorable examiners, Professor Dr. Harvey, and also Dr. Kairin, and my beloved supervisor, Emeritus Professor Dr. Bajoyani, on the left, and of course, Dr. Mahfuz, who has been very helpful in guiding me, going through the literature review and to this point, preparing the proposal defense. Okay, yeah, that my supervisor, Professor Dr. Bajoyani, Dr. Mahfuz, and my area of research is Islamic entrepreneurship. Okay, this is my research title of Quranic appreciation on the relationship between business practices and financial performance. The dependent variable is the business performance in the form of financial or business performance practice. There can be many. But for this particular research, I will limit my research to financial performance. And business practices will be the independent variable. And I'm going to examine the impact of Quranic appreciation on the relationship between business practices and the financial performance. Many work from the previous researchers and researchers has already established some kind of relationship between business practices and business performance. Some of the factors and business practices are more significant than the others. However, the study on what I call the Quranic appreciation is one form of spiritual into the business process. Yeah? If we try to recall the factors contributing to the success of business, normally we talk about networking, we talk about strategy, we talk about management, we talk about the marketing. Seldom we read lectures that introduce spiritual component. Yeah, whereas spiritual component is actually another dimension that can contribute to the success of business organization. So this is where I'm coming. I see there's a gap for us to look into the method. Probably we can start the study and the research on this aspect. Okay, so I'm going to go through a few topics. I will go through the research background quickly and what is the curiosity and the gaps, the problem statement, conceptual framework, proposed research methodology, and lastly, proposed research structure. Okay, so this is basically in brief the research background. What I'm going to research is basically I'm going to examine the business practices of a group of people. They're basically the Muslim entrepreneurs in Malaysia. The latest figure that I have, there are about 240,000 Muslim entrepreneurs in Malaysia in the SME sector. So this is where I'm going to examine how are they conducting their business. On the other hand, being Muslim, they strongly believe that all their input and practices, including business, should be on the basis of Islam, which is their religion. And the source of the input and knowledge is from Al-Quran. Al-Quran is basically their primary scripture. Many Muslims believe that, they strongly believe that their knowledge and strength come from the scripture called Al-Quran. So the question is, how much are they using the knowledge and input from the Quran in the context of business? Islam is a religion. Sometimes we understand religions generally in the context of ritual activities, rather than religion in the context of business. Somehow this has an effect on the local Muslim entrepreneurs, so much so that there are situations where, although they have been Muslim, but the practices may not be in line with the implemented sources from Al-Quran. Okay, literature review. These are some of the literature which I've gone through. These are the authors. These are the findings under the area of Islam and Al-Quran protocol. Basically, they agree or they come to the conclusion. Number one, they say Islam as religion has no objection, has no negative initiative for entrepreneurship. In other words, Islam encourages entrepreneurship. And they also found that generally Muslim entrepreneurs should follow Islamic way. They found that most of the local Muslim entrepreneurs are not following the Islamic way as they should have. So they propose that they identify the characteristics that are essential for entrepreneurship. At the same time, they also finding that there is a gap to research on following Islamic practices. You have to start from Quranic approach. This is directly directed to the Muslim entrepreneur. On Islamic approach, they said, these are the various authors and the literature they have written. They propose that Islamic code of ethics, for example, is necessary for the SME entrepreneurs. And there is also a need to research on religious spirituality to support the conduct. As I mentioned earlier, there are authors and literatures which also realize that other than there is also a role of spiritual competencies in order to improve business performance. They also established that Western perspective, which is the predominant influence on the current practices of the Western practice is not suitable for the Muslim entrepreneur. Thus, there is a need to have a different model. Basically, the author was saying that the Muslim, being Muslim, which they adhere to Islam. So Islam is a complete way of life, meaning anything that the Muslim want to do, yeah, including the activities of entrepreneurship and business, actually that is already guided, yeah, from Quran and also the Islamic principle. So meaning the Muslim, they will say that to learn and adopt the Islamic practices rather than purely the current perspective. Yeah. Okay, on the religious spirituality, these are some of the authors who wrote their literature. Okay. People like Noah and Marshall, Wilding 2007, Weber 2009, Sai, Rafiki, and these are the people who have written their literature based on their research. Yeah, and they propose that saying that there are evidences that religious spirituality practices have positive impact on business. And in my letter in chapter 2, I listed mentioned many cases, yeah, not only from Islam but also from Christian, Buddhism, and also Confucianism. Yeah, I didn't have the time to look at another religion, only for the three religions where actually the individuals who adhere to the religion turn to the method that they believe being directed by their God. Yeah, and because of that, their business turn around. I have this book. What triggered me to initiate the business also when I read this book. This is the book called God is My CEO. This compilation of Larry Julian. He compiled about 20 cases of the US entrepreneurs. This is the Christian entrepreneurs in US. Where after some time they found that their business was not doing well. Yeah, and they were thinking, what's wrong with the business? And later on, the CEO decided, okay, let's turn to what they call as God's way. Yeah, learn what actually the direction that their God wish how they conduct their business, and they follow the way. You know that all the 20 cases, yeah, turn around from where they were, and proven, that the input, which is basically related to the religious spirituality input, actually help, yeah, in their business performance. Okay. Briefly, try to differentiate, yeah, the conventional approach in business is basically very much influenced by heritage theories. Yeah, for example, Michael Porter's value change model, entrepreneurship, which is very much influenced by writers like Scoopitas, Kuroko, yeah, all those established Western authors, yeah. Strategic management, modernization, institution, which I find that in terms of perspective, business factors or independent variable, yeah, if you look at all the elements or the components, yeah, very much based on what we call as intellectual or sometimes emotional input, yeah, in nature. Very little the basis of the theories on spiritual. When we talk about Islamic entrepreneurship, yeah, naturally Islam does not differentiate, yeah, intellectual, emotional, Islam also includes spiritual competency. As I said earlier, from the Quran and the Sunnah is actually the practices of the Prophet. Yeah. So meaning anybody, yeah, be it a Muslim or non-Muslim, if they want to refer to the Islamic way of doing business, then naturally they need to understand and use additional component called spiritual component. Okay, these are just some of the symptoms which I'm trying to relate, or the authors or the literature is trying to relate for the Muslim entrepreneur when they are not following the Islamic way of doing business. They actually are not maximizing their potential. Yeah. So meaning if they are not maximizing potential, they could be symptoms of businesses. Yeah. This is from some of the report in 2015. Putra actually another term for the Muslim entrepreneur in Malaysia. Putra companies make up only 8% of the large companies and only 15% of market capitalism. It doesn't sound that encouraging. Yeah? There's some element of weaknesses and potential for improvement. High participation percentage is in the micro businesses and not strategy industry, which is a strategy we want to move out from. Okay, and surprisingly, even halal product, halal is basically the Muslim strength and Muslim how do you call it strategy, which should be driven and should be driven by the Muslim entrepreneur. And then the product manufactured by the non-Muslim enterprise rather than Muslim. Okay. Curiosity number 2. Some of the authors highlighted that this level of competitiveness of the Muslim entrepreneur actually related to their practices, which is not based on Islamic business practices, which is based on Quran. This is related to what I was saying earlier. Yeah. For the Muslim entrepreneur to practice Islamic businesses, that means they have to based on or understand Quran, also supported by Yaqub NLP, Omar NLP, all these authors. Okay, same point. Okay, so from the literature review, basically summarize Muslim Islamic principle. Muslims are not generally practicing conventional entrepreneurship, which is not compatible and lack of religious input. To improve business performance, they need to infuse Islamic component in the business practices of the Muslim entrepreneur. Knowledge input to Islamic practices and competitiveness are from Quran and the practice of the Prophet. And research on spiritual religiosity become business performance is largely insufficient. This is where I'm coming to into the matter and to start the research on the religious spirituality. Okay, so what is the problem statement? Mentioned Muslim entrepreneurs generally are not practicing entrepreneurship, that is compatible to their religious principles and values, rendering them among expected to be less competitive. Thus, there is a need to explore an alternative approach and enhance their competitiveness and performance by infusing compatible input and component into their current practice. Okay, so the aim of the research is basically to examine the relationship between their current business practices and business financial performance, moderating effect of Quranic input as the moderating variable. Okay, specific objectives are basically I'm going to gauge the level of Quranic precision in their business practices, determine the impact of Quranic precision on their business financial performance, examine the relationship between business practices and their business financial performance, and to observe the moderating effect of the Quranic precision on the relationship between their business practices and business performance. Let me just clarify what do we mean by Quranic precision. Quranic precision is basically embodiment of the knowledge from the Quran. Understanding is not in only certain specific practices, but as a whole, continue adopting the knowledge and the principle from Quran in their daily activities, including the business. Okay, so this question is just putting a statement in the questionnaire. Okay, so theoretical framework, basically, these are basically the factors that will affect business performance. Authors and literatures has, as mentioned earlier, established there are positive relationship between factors to the business performance. Some of these factors, I will group them into business practices as the independent variable construct. And this is the relationship between the business practices and the business and I'm producing the influencing factors on that relationship in the form of moderating variable. So the conceptual framework that I'm proposing is these are the independent variables. There are 7 characteristics of the entrepreneurial management style, product and services, customer and market, from resources and strategies. There have been studies earlier that have already some of these variables and already established the positive impact on the business performance. So this is still missing. This is where I'm coming to see additional variable in the form of moderating variable. To see how that moderating variable can change the influence of the business practices to the business financial performance. Welcome from at the same time, in the conceptual framework, I'm also including the concept from age and business environment. Okay, so based on that, these are my proposed strategies that I'm going to establish. There are altogether 14 of them, including all the possible moderating effect of the chronic position on all the independent variables. There are 7 of them. Okay. So, research methodology, I'm going to engage both qualitative and quantitative. The first part is going to be qualitative because I need to establish the wider perspective of the subject matter by interviewing some numbers of experts in the subject matter. Survey, which is going to be in the form of questionnaire. Operatively, you the type rating 1 to 5. Disagree, 5 to strongly disagree. If that was okay, this is the first one. Okay. This is the face-to-face interview. We're about working from 5 to 6 identified subject experts. The interview will be recorded and transcribed. And after discussion with my supervisor, PostGraduate, I'm going to use Envivo to analyze the output from that interview. to establish the theme, the direction, and the focus of the research. Yeah? So I'm going to use that finding in order to establish the second survey, which is basically involving about 500 random Malay Muslims. One would be the 400 is purposely certified sampling on some 400 SME entrepreneurs, where at least 70% will be from the service sector. I'll show you the statistics later. Yeah, why the focus is on the service sector. Okay, so this is another follow-up on selected entrepreneur if I want to go investigate deeper on the finding from the survey questionnaire. Okay, on the sampling approach, I'm using Sekarang Bogi 2015. Basically, what they're saying, sample size 130 and less than 50. Sorry, I'm a bit okay. Okay. On basis Sekarang Bogi, basically they were saying sample size of more than sample size larger than 30 and less than 500 are normally appropriate number of sample size. At the same time, they do not recommend the sample size to be more than 500. Basically, they think that can be prone to committing type of errors. I'm also referring to HARE 2012, where he was saying that 5 respondents per variable could be analyzed at the lower limit, but the most acceptable way is basically 10 to 1 ratio. That means for every variable, we must have at least 10 respondents. I'm also referring to Reggie and Morgan, table 1970. We basically determine the sample size of maximum 384. Taylor basically mentioned that any population of 75,000, 75,000 and above, even up to the size of a population of 1 million. Still, the maximum sample size is 384 respondents. I'm so referring to Roscoe 1975, which is quite consistent with Sekarang and Bogi 2015. And also, I refer to Taro Yamani 97 formula, which he used for a confidence level of 92%. 0.05 is the population variable, which he used this formula. Where population variable E is actually 0.05. So N is the sample size. And capital N is the sample. Okay, referring to Reggie, I hope I pronounce it correctly. Reggie and Morgan. Based on the total population of the Muslim SME population of 240,281, the sample size is 384. But using Taro Yamani, the formula calculates N to be 400. I'm also referring back to Sekarang and Roscoe. He's saying that the sample size should be bigger than 30 and lower than 500. On that basis, I'm proposing a sample size of 400. Okay, this is statistic from the Malaysian SME Corporation based on their latest report, 2011. The distribution of the SME, Muslim SME by state. Selangor, which is where we are now, SME, contain about 90.5, followed by wilayah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for respondent the first six, yeah, we basically constitute about 65 to 70% of the total population of the SME. Okay, so that's basically how I propose the number of respondents to be surveyed or interviewed by state, up to the total number of 400, yeah, where Selangor will be 120. So based on the total respondent number of 400, so that will constitute about 30%, yeah, from Selangor, followed by Wilayah, which is 20%. Okay, distribution by sector. SME is somehow the contribution service sector contribute of the total sector, and manufacturing about 6. So I'm going to focus only on these two. 90 and that's already almost 100%. Yeah. So in terms of number of respondents will be 360 from services sector and 40 from manufacturing. Okay. On the research instrument, the first phase, which is basically the face-to-face interview with the subject matter expert, there will be about 5 to 6 of them, who really understand the subject matter. What are subject matter? These basically cover the worldview of business, Islamic entrepreneurship, business practices of Muslim, and the criteria to determine the level of understanding of Al-Quran, criteria to determine level of Quranic appreciation, and also the view of Islamic entrepreneurship model. This is going to be face-to-face interview, where the interview will be recorded and be analyzed by software there. Okay. For each topic, there will be just about 2 or 3 questions, and we use that by software to analyze. Again, survey, which is also a questionnaire, we will involve the 400 pronoun. Basically, we will cover about 5 different. Will be the respondent profile, level of chronic appreciation, effect chronic appreciation on business performance, relationship between business practices and business performance, then effect of chronic appreciation on relationship, where each of the topic will be we carry about 8 questions, and mainly on limited scale, and I'm going to analyze using SPSS. We do the correlation analysis and also multiple regression. Okay. How are we going to design the questionnaire? Number 1 is of course from the finding from the face-to-face interview, which I mentioned earlier. At the same time, a reference on some of the previous work, like some of the work by companies from the PhD thesis, where Rasul bin Kayed was doing research on Islamic entrepreneurship, this study of Kingdom of. Number 2 will be from another research done by Chiti Tawon. This is actually done in Thailand, together with the Malaysian researcher. Basically, they were doing the study on business success of small and medium enterprise in Thailand. And at the same time, also, we refer to the work by Rafiki and Wahab, who are also doing some research on Islamic entrepreneurship and performance of the SME entrepreneur. Limitation. The only limitation I'm facing is there are not any of the literatures which are current. Most of the literatures are above 5 and 6 years from the current years. So I have to be using those literatures at the same time. Questionnaire. There are not many questionnaires that are available in the from the literatures. Some of the authors actually I'm writing to them if they can provide the questionnaire, for my adaptation and for my designing of the questionnaire. Okay, so in terms of thesis structure, introduction, chapter 2 is the review, research methodology, report on finding, number 5, application on findings, and number 6 is the conclusion. Okay, proposed future research, as I can see now, there could be a few more areas that I can continue the research, such as, for example, now I'm only assessing the financial performance parameters of the business, but actually the research can also extended to non-business, non-financial business performance parameters, and at the same time extend to Islamic business success parameter, because Islam also determine some other form of business performance parameter. Explore possible Islamic entrepreneurship model for the nation, Muslim entrepreneurs, and also to research the extent of religious spirituality awareness in business industry. No, I just want to get fast. I hope this is the last slide, I think. Yeah. I think that's the last slide. That was the last slide.
Thank you so much, Chitama. Okay, now I'd like to invite the examiners to comment on his presentation or start with Dr. Arvind.
Okay, first of all, congratulations on taking this through your very difficult but organized time. I always try to be not biased when I know most of my research candidates personally, because when I get to work with you, I get to know your style. And in this case, I know your working style is always very thorough and always very organized, and I can see that coming through. So I want to congratulate you on that, and then keep it aside and try to be unbiased. Yes. Yeah, I noticed you have said that you had difficulty in finding references in the last 5 years. In fact, one of my observation notes were that about 75% of your references were put in 2013, which is going to be more than 5 years by the time you finish. Yeah, you have received in this case. Yeah, references. And you have said to us that it is difficult to find people having written something on this subject in the last 5 years. Yeah, yes. So why did you choose this topic in the last 5 years? Nobody has talked about it. Why are you talking?
Okay, number one is first. Yeah. So meaning if there not any work has been done on it, I'm happy that I can contribute to the development of the new knowledge in this area.
So that's my question. How will this contribute? How do you think? Because in the last 5 years, people have chosen not to talk about this, but you believe that when you do the research, you will contribute, right?
Yeah,
So
but there are already some of the work to be done, but possibly is not sufficient. So I hope with my coming into this area, yeah, I'm actually tapping into the development of the knowledge.
Okay, that was my first question. My second question is, you mentioned your research instruments that you're going to use. The first research instrument you said you're going to use interview with experts, am I right? Face-to-face interview. Is this going to be therapy or is this going to be an interview?
Most likely, this unless there is a necessity to follow up further on certain areas from the interview.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll use the finding from each of the interview and use the whiteboard to analyze.
Okay, this is my suggestion. And of course, Prof always says at PhD level you only suggest. Yeah? But it's up to you if you want to take it. Whenever you bring in experts into your data finding, yeah? Whenever you are bringing in experts, if you're going to treat experts exactly like you treat other data, then it's not very beneficial bringing in experts. If you bring in experts, then it's better to use Delphi or Delphi if you're American, method. And in the Delphi method, basically, when you do the first round of research or first round of questioning with your experts, you gather their feedback, then you give each other's feedback to others and tell them to comment on that. And there's a process for doing the Delphi research, which I'm sure for Joy will happily be able to advise you. So my suggestion, if you are taking experts, then really you should increase the value of your interview here and complete the Delphi process. Okay.
So meaning on average there will be 3 rounds of interview for each.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I think you can idea of that. Okay, other than that, there are just small minor questions. In your conceptual framework, you have listed your IDs, your operating variable, and your DB. My suggestion, because you're going to refer to this when you are doing chapter 4 in your analysis and discussion, it's always a good idea to label ID1, ID2, ID3. I don't see that label there. If you just put that labeling, it will make life a bit easier for you in chapter 4. Okay, that's all. It's just a small improvement. Now, I notice here where you use Porter's model. Porter's model you took from Wikipedia, is it? Because it says the source below there, Wikipedia.
Right. The source is from actually from internet, but the model is actually generic.
I know it is generic. So this is where I think we want to improve the quality of the final published document, because you must think that this is not just for us or the university. This is you are going to be in Google Scholar or in other areas where people will refer to you. Wikipedia is a good starting point. I think all of us acknowledge that. But this is taken from the original source. So please enhance the quality of your referral. Because I find many of the things that you have written are directly from HTTP. Behind the HTTP is a document. So you can go straight to the document. Yeah? I think that is something I can suggest that will improve the quality of what you are doing. I think also following our MIT heritage, we should try to use more academic journals and more books. As I know, there are a lot of books written on Islamic entrepreneurship. And every time OECD or someone has some conference or something like that, a lot of publications come out of that. And I trust that they may be books. I'm correct. And final point, you have actually observed that the degree of awareness between urban Malay Muslims and rural Malays is significantly different. In your sample, if I read it correctly, you are using mostly urban Malay Muslims.
Correct. The 400, it looks like it could be more urban than rural.
So how will you address potential bias? because there may be some bias. And sometimes you can't help it. I just want to know what are you thinking about how you will address it. How do you address the bias?
Yeah, I'll take that into account.
Okay, you will need to do that. And again, you are in good hands. I'm sure you will get good advice on that. Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
I have a fundamental problem on the way the hypothesis is being developed. Okay, hypothesis 1 to 7
Yeah.
is to establish the relationship between the independent variables and the variables. So it is to investigate whether there is a relationship or not. Your H hypothesis says there is a relationship, therefore the null hypothesis will say there is no relationship.
Yes. Possible.
However, your hypothesis 8 to 14, for example, there is a moderate effect of relationship between the characteristics of entrepreneurs and business performance. So there, it has assumed that there is a relationship. It's hard for me to
Okay, the current assumption is based on some of the work of the previous literature, which they have already established. There is already a positive relationship between the independent variable and the dependent. But that work was done in Thailand. So I'm going to recheck that, yeah, for Malaysian case. So if there is a positive relationship, so then basically I'm looking at whether the moderating variable will relationship. If the relationship is not, that means will not work on that. That there is no relationship. That is basically what I'm looking at.
so maybe you will put that condition in your.
Okay.
Secondly, go to some of the things that you have written. Because it is Islamic knowledge, and there's many cases there is you put the assumption that is this type of fact. No, that, right? So you need to check on the assumptions. For example, sorry, you need to check on the like statement that you have in your breakout. For example, the Prophet and his companions demonstrated the fact that when primary values were harnessed, then become very strong. So you need to put reference that will assume that it's facts. Whereas for leaders, not always facts. So you put references where it's a statement rather than the opinion.
If I don't take it right, I mentioned the author. For example, Khalid and Hussein, Rafaki and Wahab did mention that that actually input is from the previous not from my input on that.
My last comment is more privacy. My experience that you do email survey, the response rate is very small. It was about 1%. That's one. So if you have only 500 respondents, then you may get only 5 responses. So I suggest you get a large base for email. Just also from experience, when you send emails to the big tendency that you go to the spam box. The titles are the same. System to check it. So one trick that I learned is that when you send images, the titles are different one to the other. That's it.
I believe that. Thanks.
Come up with share thoughts. Not the nevertheless, I decided to give some feedback. If we go to page number 18 on your full text, the firm services performance. Was
the theoretical framework.
is there a resource for this or?
Yeah. Under the topic business performance, I mentioned the reference doctors who have done some of this work and you think this as their independent. Sorry?
Resource of the figure. Figure
Oh,
resource.
I see. So put reference at the bottom, is it? Okay. Yeah. The figure 1.1, yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, maybe, this one after discussion with Prof. Baju, probably I receive the link within it. We have, yeah, both quantitative and also the qualitative.
Now moving on to page number 29. So you have mentioned that these outputs can be both financial and non-financial, company performance, right?
Yeah.
Performance, right? So you talk about financial and non-financial performance, right?
Okay, for the research, I'm focused only financial first. The three financial performance parameters, I'll be using the revenue, return of asset, and net profit margin.
Any reason why you want to focus on finance?
Looking at the number of variables, the 7 independent variables, because each of the variables I need to establish relationship with each of the factors. Possibly for now to add the non-financial would be too exhaustive.
We should say that based on previous research studies, this is what we use. So I adapt to this person's research. You cannot really make your own assumption that this is what I want to do, this is what I don't want to do. Another way how to escape from this question is, answering this question is to say that the delimitation of my study.
Delimitation.
Delimitation, not
Delimitation.
Delimitation of my study. So this is not covered.
Okay.
Then you say yourself.
No, thanks.
You said you are using certified assembly, but you have not explained how the certified assembly is going to be done. You mentioned that something is certified assembly.
Yeah,
So how is the certified assembly?
So that will be covered by the 78 questionnaires for the 400.
How are you going to implement the certified assembly?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Okay, there's so many techniques of sampling techniques, right? Simple, random, cluster, stratified, right? So you said you want to use stratified sampling. So you've got a population, but you have not described how the stratified sampling is going to be done based on the population, how you're going to stratify. The strata, you need to explain the strata. The strata is mainly based on revenue, or based on number of employees, or based on number of years of establishment. So you need to explain the strata. Otherwise, you will have everyone.
So, meaning at the moment, I categorize them by state, by gender, not.
No, that's okay, but you not explain in the format. You just show some figures data here and there, but you're not explaining how the strata will be.
So, because at the moment, the strata definitely will be by state, by gender, by service, by sector.
That's okay, you can discuss with your supervisor. What I'm saying, you need to explain how. Then next, your data source is 2011. The number of SMEs or number of entrepreneurs is 2011. This is outdated. So
Somehow, that's how SME corporation is using their data. I check even their 2015 report. They still using. They don't have the letters because based on the economic census, the letters.
But if you go, see, to be on the same side, your research is 2017, you 2011, that's too far. So I suggest that you look at FMM directly, maybe from there you get some latest. Yeah. So you can scope study FMM entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you go to logistics players, logistics directly, you have 2017. FMM, you have 2017. SME also you have 2017 data. So that will be better, reliable. And people will not question you why you should get very old data.
2016 information on the total number of coming to CCM. On the SME, there was no.
So there's the SME data. SME data is available.
Okay, gotcha.
Directly, there's a directly. Okay. You have concluded some of the independent variables, but there is no references for the independent variable. For example, page 60 and page 60 resources on the inputs independent variable, but there is no reference to support the independent variable. Similarly, strategy, so you don't even have a single reference for that.
Okay,
61.
61.
Like one of the independent variables is resources, another independent variable is strategies, but you don't have variables you must have reference to support Wi-Fi. And in general, I see your future is like it's a flow, but there isn't argument. There isn't critical review need. Talking about this guy conducted the research in this year, this was a scope, and so on. And this contrast to another person's research. So we don't have that element of argument in your institution. Yeah. And let's move to your I on your hypothesis. Hypothesis want to tell us okay. You're mentioning the study of independent variables and dependent variables very straightforward. But number 14, and if I look at it, getting back to your framework, it is not fitting well because your framework, you then collectively all the independent variables collectively has got a modulating effect on the dependent. That's what it is. But here you are mentioning that independently one by one.
That is the conceptual framework. We don't want the theoretical framework. Yeah, I developed the conceptual framework, which is
that conceptual framework, you find that the independent variable, and the dependent variable. The put them is collectively. The R square, when I measure the R square, all and it's moderated. Okay. So you're not looking at the data of each and every one data. You're measuring the R square model. If I take the R square without the potential different effect, if I take the R square together with the potential effect, there is another effect you get from your framework. So you need to now, I don't go further. Page 77. Yeah. But this is where I say you need to have a study for example, exactly explain what do you mean by that. Okay. Then page 81. On page 81. Again, you mentioned your sample you're going to look from Klang Valley, Johor, Perak, Sarawak, and Sabah. But in page 81, you miss Klang Valley.
Klang Valley is Selangor and wilayah.
You miss that. In page 70, you say Klang Valley, but in page 81, you have taken it out. So we must in your here. So page 70, you have that Klang Valley, and page 81, you have missed that.
The first top two sentence mentioned majority of the companies.
Yeah, if the members of the work shall be among the 15 right? most likely. But if it, so you put it up here.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all. That's all my feedback, and I can only put in my feedback into consideration because I'm not a but these are just the feedback.
Thank you. Thank you for all that. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Razak. From your study, does Quran spells out how business should be done? Have you come across that? Does Quran spells out how business should be done? Have you come across that?
Okay, some of the verses I mentioned is in yeah. Okay, if you manage to get hold of it, some of the verses I mentioned on page 63, 64, this is from the work of King and Conforming, which some of the verses of Quran, we basically take the different what to do when they are conducting. So if they follow this principle, normally they should be doing better than if they don't follow the principle. Based on that, you will say violation.
So it means it's the knowledge of the Quran that are based on, not on the, because it's not prescribed that I do A, B, C, D, I get the result. Is that what it's saying in the Quran or in the results? What I'm saying, what you have in the Quran, what you're saying, I'm not saying, what you're saying, does it say like, is that what it's saying? Because what I'm betting is that you are based your assumption on the knowledge of what you do based on the Quran. Because everybody can decide what understand from that perception.
Okay, yeah.
If I can spell out, and I know about me, I get that. But if it's a knowledge, then what you understand also different from what another person understands. Then our outcome will be different because we are missing knowledge of what we understand from it.
Word is they provide the broad principle, and only the Quran doesn't specify the specific activities leading to one another. I give you an example. See, one of the verses in Quran mentioned that addressing to the Muslim, the Quran, where the Quran says, Muslim or all the believers, if you have Allah, which is God, Allah will help you to make your position stronger. Understanding that principle, there is a condition for the Muslim to be strong in their business. That means they must also work in their religion. And because of that, then Allah, the God will reciprocate by providing a solution and do. So it's more of not the specific. Specifically, then overall we have to think through what is the better way.
So because of something. The strategies I don't know because of age. And then
and then about 4 or 5 issues. Those are only
yes, you're talking about people something, because people something to structure something. Heterogeneous into the groupings. Then, but I also feel that
any questions, you can make it up separately in the time. You know, we'll have a short break and then at 3 the bonus research.
I think I submitted. Hey, come on. My business is small, okay? Thank you, my pleasure. Okay. And you are after me and your need part-time. I do sorry. Oh, yes. I think we should be Please. Oh, good. I have to thank you.
No virus for sure. Oh, okay. No worries. Thanks, Louis. Yes, it's okay. About half an hour, hopefully. You mean from the vessel sense?
Thanks, buddy.
So how do I communicate with you? You have email.
Once again, welcome to our Colloquium. Okay, the next section will be about the song from one of our lecturer, Professor Emeritus Dr. Bajoya Bintanaya. Let me give you guys brief introductions about Dr. Bajoya. Dr. Bajoya holds a PhD from University of London in taxation in the year 1990. After retiring from UKM, Dr. Bajoya continued teaching voluntarily at International Business School, UTM, the University of UKM, Utah, MSc, Taylor's, KPOS, UNICEF, and also Al Medina University, International University. He has been involved in entrepreneurial development research for the federal and state government in Malaysia, including the Economic Planning Unit, Ministry of Public Enterprise, and the state government of Pahang, Negeri Sembilan, Malacca, Selangor over the last 25 years. He has written and presented over 1,000 research papers in the area of entrepreneurship, taxation, accounting, business development in the international and national journals, seminars, conferences over the last 35 years. Academic position while serving at UKM from the head of department, deputy dean, professor of accounting and taxation. His current research interest is the Cordul Hassan Family Entrepreneurship and Entrepreneurial Development Program among the youngsters in the region. Okay, with that, please join me to welcome Dr. Bajoya Bintanaya to give a talk on how to write a conceptual paper using secondary data.
Is it a privilege? I'll just wait for a few minutes. So now I know. I'm going to
Thank you for the very good afternoon and greetings to everyone. What I will ask from Ravi Kumar to just share with you this perspective of preparing a conceptual from secondary data. Using secondary data can be very interesting, though it's good challenging. And I want to show you how it can be done quite conveniently to come up with a research paper. A colleague, you can he got his professorship at the age of 23. And what he does was he went for his PhD in the US, in the University of Iowa. He built what is called as the magic box. And what is this magic box? It's basically a model, all kind of input from a conceptual model. This magic box is nothing extra. Actually, this was back in 1997. This magic box was only using Excel, but he was able to publish over 100 articles in the international journal over 1.5 years. And every day he will spend half an hour playing with the data and generate one conceptual model of justifying it to write an article. My own student, when I did my PhD, data, I used the input-output data from the Department of Statistics. You can get this free data from the Department of Statistics to your model and just run. And I was able to generate many research and publications from that. The variable that you use, the independent variable, and you get whatever result that you want. Okay, what I want to show you is the experience that I had with my student from Nigeria. And he is also an accountant, and he is very creative. And he come up with possibilities. Of course, some of his possibilities is so weird that the external examiner not accept. I mean, I will check it. But let's go quickly. Alright. We have to distinguish between concept paper and conceptual paper. This is concept paper. Basically, a concept paper is a short summary of what you want to tell the reader. In this case, when you first submit your proposal for PhD, or when you about for PhD, you prepare a concept paper. And a concept paper actually provide a summary of what you intend to do in your PhD program. So it has all right. Where is the point? Anyway, after that. All right, okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so this is the description of concept paper. I will give this to you. This is for this time. Basically, what is conceptual proposal? Now we want to do conceptual, not concept. Conceptual research actually focuses on the concept of theory. We want to find relationship between variables. And when you find a relationship between variables, you are actually creating a conceptual model and a possible theory or concept. And so this is what we want. But we will not stop there. We want to try and use secondary data and prove that model. And this is essentially what a conceptual proposal of paper will be. Basically, a conceptual researcher sits at his desk with pen in hand and try to solve this problem. Okay. In the old way, yes. Where there is no computer, we will play with this paper and pen and just create circle to relate variable and then try and relate this variable. And initially you will start with the logical one. You experiment, you expand the independent variable, you try to create the middle variable, negating, moderating, or intervening, or you can change the dependent variable. Basically, you will work based on the logical perspective first. Later on, you will infuse some creativity. Okay, so in conceptual proposal, you come up with a concept or model. You have not done anything, and you have not actually come up with something really substantial. But this is enough as a starting point. What is the difference between conceptual model and empirical research? In empirical research, basically, you will try and prove this conceptual model. And basically, we will need to find way to prove this model. Normally, we have alternative ways to prove it. You can collect data and prove it. And you can collect primary data, because that is the most laborious way, because you have to go through the process of generating the instrument, establishing the population, the respondent, or the sample, the respondent, and so on. Then the process of collecting very rigorous. You need to make sure that your process is so rigorous that it can be repeated by another person to actually obtain the same result. So that's the most important thing. The rule of thumb is that to be rigorous, research must be able to be repeated by other people, and they should get the same or similar result. Of course, if they do not find the same result, it's fine. But we have to then find the reason why it's different. I mean, I have a student of mine who, for I encourage him to be creative, and he wants to determine the what is the determinant of financial performance, what determines profit. And of course, profit can be determined by customer satisfaction, quality of product, marketing strategy, corporate strategy, and he came up with sales as one variable. And all of us, as a conventional researcher, always assume that, of course, sale is a function of profit. If you increase your sale, normally you should increase your profit. And when he did his research, he found out that sales actually contribute negatively to profit. And how do you explain that? And of course, the expert company say that you have introduced a variable that is already part of the measure of the dependent variable. Is a convenient measure or maybe a proxy of profit. But if it is so, then why is it negatively related? So, and then when we examine, we learn, for example, this student happens to be a Jordanian student, and he was studying the pharmaceutical company in Jordan. The pharmaceutical company in Jordan were encouraged to export. The government provided incentive for them to produce more for export. But as they increase their export, their profit dropped. And very soon, this company was thinking to close business, and the government is worried. What is happening? We are expanding our market overseas. So our companies are going to close business. So what do you think happened? Because they were not able to compete in the market, in the pricing. So when they actually export, they export at a loss. And then what happened in Japan? At one time, Japan went into the dumping strategy. They just produce their car and export to US, to all over the world at a very cheap price. 40 years ago, we used to have Japanese car, which we call the Milo pen car, because the car is associated with the Milo green pen. It is not very not very strong. And they were able to penetrate the market, but they become very successful. That's how Japan has become the biggest car exporter in the world after that. So, how do you explain this?
Cost structures.
Yes. So, if you go to Japan, the car price in Japan for the same model is more expensive than outside. Japan. Basically, they are still practicing that. And it is similar to Indonesia, what we have. Our proton car is more expensive here in Indonesia compared to what we can find in Great Britain or in other part of the world or in Indonesia here. So let's from the empirical research, he has proven that sale is negatively correlated with profit. And that's a very big contribution because he has actually indirectly broken this basic assumption that always sale is the function to revenue, revenue or sale is a function to profit. Anyway, that's empirical research. Then what about scientific report? Scientific report is a combination of both empirical and conceptual research. Using known experimental data, a scientist will formulate a working hypothesis. What is a working hypothesis? It's a relationship that is working well and can be practiced. That means, for example, there was this research about related productivity and brightness of the room. So in the factory, they experiment and vary the brightness of the, and they measure the productivity, the output of the factory, and they discover that the brighter the factory floor, the more output you get from production. And that's scientific because it is not only true in one factory. You can repeat it and you also get the same result if you apply in another factory in other region. Okay, now what is secondary data? Okay, many students initially get confused with the difference between secondary data and literature review. When you do your literature review, you collect all those material in the form of theses, articles, some newspaper, or whatever you want. Those are not the secondary data that we need for there. Those are actually just the reference. Those are references. But what is secondary data is the statistical data that you can collect readily from the available statistics. So that's secondary data. And the quality of secondary data will depend on the source of the secondary data. Of course, Wikipedia is also a source of secondary data, but Wikipedia has no reputation. So you cannot extract statistical data from Wikipedia and use it in your business. You cannot even refer to Wikipedia in your business. Remember that. If you have remove. Because why? Some because why GDPR is not accepted. What do you think?
They are subjective because nobody can add anything at all.
Yes, basically, anybody can just add or edit whatever information is there. So, because of that, there is no validity and reliability in the data. The data can be manufactured by somebody just for their own specific purpose. Okay, so secondary data can include any data that are examined to answer a research question other than the question for which the data was initially collected. Normally, for example, in Malaysia, every 10 years we have a census, a population census every 10 years. So the last census was in 2010. So we can go to the statistics department and actually extract this census. Census means it is data collected from everyone, every household in the country. So that's the most accurate data, supposedly, because it is collected by the statistics department, and the statistics department have their own rigorous methodology in collecting the data. Right? So that is the most reliable. But actually, there are other secondary data. They can come from any sources, normally large government funded data set at the statistics department, university or college record, district, journal supplement, author's website, and anything that is in the form of data. Actually, one important data that we may neglect in the past is the CIA. CIA, if you now search on your internet, CIA has got data on the world, on every country in the world. And some of their data are very detailed. Some of their data are data that cannot be collected by statistics department, for example. So you could actually do research, PhD research, using CIA data. It's perfectly accepted, no problem. Right? That's all. Inter-University Consortium, Government, National Center for Education, Census Bureau, and always the US is used as a base. For example, normally you want to try and comparative analysis so that your analysis will not be seen as something in the vacuum. So there are a lot of data. IMF is another important source of data. World Bank, another source. United Nations is another important source. And of course, for those of you who are doing on accounting and finance, the easiest data is the stock exchange. The stock exchange provides free data also. For finance, also you can do the share market price analysis from the stock exchange. And if you have the money to pay, you can also buy the data. For example, Data Stream is another institute that generates data from the stock market. process it and basically for the users. What we need to do is to get familiarized with the original data, original study, what the data was meant to be collected initially. Then we try to handle the missing data. What is missing data? Normally missing data come from the variable that you are trying to measure, but it is not in the data set. So you need to find another source for that data. I'll show you later some example. Just now when Mr. Kamal was presenting his paper, originally he came up with a topic to measure business performance. But the question is, what is business performance? Business performance is more than profit or return on investment or return on asset. Business performance is the comprehensive performance of the business. You may need to go into the balance scorecard. For example, if you want to measure the whole business performance, you can measure financial. You can perhaps measure employees if you can collect the data from the companies, if the companies provide you with the data. Collect data, for example, on customer satisfaction. Companies may not be able to or need to share. So you need to be careful when we come up with a variable. The variable must be measurable. Right? Building a conceptual model. Once you have the variable ready in front of you, then you now try to relate the variable. How do you relate the variable? You try to think logically. Basically, you choose data from your own discipline and try to relate. I will show you how we relate. We want to determine what should be the dependent variable, what should be the independent variable, what should be the mediating, moderating, or iterating variable. I mean, just think aloud and sketch first. So you sketch the relationship. This is an example. This is data from IMF. And this data is available free. And this is, for example, from 1998, 2014. So you can find out that this is for one country. And this is a research on relating companies' financial performance, sorry, the bank performance with the country background. So we did a study on comparing the bank's performance dependent variable with the independent variable. And the independent variable is varied. We start with first the political system, then go into the banking system, to the financial system. So, for example, we compare between the president's system in Turkey with the Malaysian system. Malaysia use political system where we have prime minister. In Turkey, they have a president, and the power of the president is been enhanced recently in Turkey. That now the president is actually the actual power, basically. And then we compare the performance of bank in Malaysia with bank in Turkey. based on the different political system. And we also do the same with Indonesia. Indonesia also have a president and we have prime minister. So we did comparisons of 8 countries, and we found that there is a strong relationship between the political system. So this is what this is what also compare the financial system and performance. The system that uses central bank and the system that is using the bank control, for example. We also look at the capital market system. So this is the country for the data for different countries. This data is available readily. Then what we did was to analyze that into asset. This is the total asset based on the. So this is data from the original data. This is the initial conceptual model. We have bank capital adequacy as the dependent variable example. Then we have the three systems: political system, legal system, financial system. And this is the corporate government perspective. So in the middle, we look at political stability and excess leverage. Excess leverage is okay, but to measure political stability is quite a challenge. We see that. So then we realize that this is not possible. So we remove political stability. Then we come up with just support effectiveness and capital adequacy, taking the three important legal and financial system as the motivating variable. And we apply the data. We use proxy data for each of these. And so we were able to come up with a model that shows the significant relationship between the bond, politics, law, finance, regulation, with the capital adequacy, for example. This is done for each country first, and then we compare the result. And that analysis basically was concluded by saying that political system, legal system, and financial system contribute to the bank performance. Liquidity adequacy. Okay. What can we look as possible topic? I mean, look at this possible topic, for example. impact of tariff protection in automotive industry in Malaysia on Malaysian economy. In Malaysia, for example, because we started this automotive industry by producing our own car, Proton and Proton, we have to protect the market. And to protect the market, we will have introduced tariff so that imported cars will tax between 40 to 60%. Imported car will basically restrict from entering into the country. And as a result, the local car manufacturer has grown. And during the last 30 years, more than 2 million cars has been produced locally. So it's not less small as well. The question is, we are now at the crossroad. We are coming under intense pressure from the Asian free trade zone to lift all this tariff. And if we lift all this tariff, then we will be ahead in the Asian free trade zone path. Will be behind, and then of course the local consumer in Malaysia also felt that this is not a free market system, and the local have been refrained from buying for the car. So the research will want to try and determine whether this can be rationalized. So this will be a quantitative method, and we will be using secondary data. There's just two manufacturers of car in Malaysia. So the dependent variable will be the automotive industry contribution to GDP and employment, two variables, and the independent variable will be all those aspects, including direct money. We could introduce the mediating variable, which is the direct amount of the car. So this is an easy research to be done. For example, for you, this may be a good exercise. Even if you don't want to use it as a PhD topic, you can use this as data for you to get a paper published, for example. Another research topic, this is a determinant of market capitalization. This is basically the share price of the share multiplied by the number of shares. So, as the shareholders in the company success is the market capitalization. The bigger the market capitalization, the more successful. So the question is, what determines this market capitalization? Of course, in the past, the basic assumption is market capitalization is determined by share price, and share price is determined by earnings per share, which is profit after tax. But is that an established relationship that will not change? And we could create a research, for example, by creating another quantitative research, and using secondary data. There are over or nearly 900 public listed companies in Malaysia, and we can use all those possible variables, earnings per share, cash flow from operation, liquidity, gearing ratio, and so on as the dependent variable, and we could use, for example, price earning ratio as the established accepted variable as the median variable, and we'll see whether earning per share is an important median variable in determining the share price and the market capitalization. So this is an easy research to be done. You can use secondary data and you can actually download the company's performance for the last 15 years within hours. Capacity, you can buy the data ready from data stream. They have the data. Just pay maybe like 100 million to get all this data and you can start your research. This is another topic, comparative impact of asset turnover on corporate financial performance. First, I have been introducing this is more due to financial and accounting, but actually you can apply this to any data. You can relate employees with financial performance. You can relate technology with financial performance. You can relate everything. For example, you can also do this on organization and relate when in the past they were attempting to try and determine what is the productivity of employees in an organization by getting profit per employees or sales per employees. So this can be data that can be used. Okay, so essentially, conceptual model or conceptual research enable you to sit down in the library or at your own office in your computer. You just come up with relationship and you can search, but it is better to start with the data. Find the secondary data available. Go to CIA, go to IMF, World Bank, United Nations data. What data do they have? And then look at whether the data fit what you are interested in. From that, just create the relationship between variables that you have from all those data. And then you come up with a proposal. After you got your conceptual model, then only you go to the literature review. And you review the literature related to the conceptual model that you have just developed. You now want to rationalize your model, whether it has been done before. Maybe it has been over-researched. Maybe there is not been research at all. Maybe you cannot justify it at all, but you need to. Any question about it?
Actually, the shareholder, if I calculate the amount from the initial and I decide which share will complete these cases, which one is dependent, which one is dependent.
The share price will be dependent. The share price will be dependent. The independent will be the earning per share or the factors that determine the share price. Yes. Independent.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for this info. I want to ask, previously you mentioned about the contradictory findings of the student about sales and profit, right? In this kind of scenario, they have not been any findings to support them. So how are we how do you guys handle it?
Yes, that's a challenge. The external examiner insists that you cannot use sales as the independent variable because nobody else has used it. So, but But we use it anyway because we say that we are trying to examine whether there is a true relationship between revenue and profit. And we prove that actually there is a negative relationship against all understanding of the general public, basically. And so of course, in the end, the examiner said that we agree to disagree. You need to try and find justification. This external examiner wanted to see, I want to see another research done in this work where revenue has been used as independent variable. Yes.
Yes. For the secondary data, if let's say the figures are reported in, let's say for Malaysia, in the Star newspaper. For example, this exhibition attracted number of visitors or job fair or anything. So, are these figures considered secondary data? For newspaper, they reported that how many participants or all those. Can we use this quoted from the source of, let's say, the Star newspaper that published some tables and all those things? Can we use that? Do we consider secondary data?
Well, a newspaper is a possible source, but it is a weak source. Why it is weak? Because actually newspaper must also quote from something, because they are just media. They are not the source data. So we need to find the source.
Yeah, I wanted to, on the sales issue, on the sales variable for profit, I'm looking at the factor of commission return. There must be a number of items you can send that can determine your profit. Like it goes beyond that and negativity comes in. So I think the researcher, your student, look at what number of items can they send to make a profit, or at what point can they send more than that to get a loss. That of commission returns is very common because if you go beyond a certain number of items, then like the commission return and the interest will start coming down. That's what they should look at, because if you get, because they're exporting, people are exporting, there's more than what the people need, then the price will start coming down. But if you set a certain number, then when the commission returns start coming down, they will stop. So they can know what you can do. So I think the commission return factor should look at that.
Well, actually, he only used 8 variables. And so his R square was 0.81 or something. So he's got a good model, acceptable model. But this relationship between revenue and profit is just one odd relationship. But you cannot find it in the literature. That's the problem. Actually, originally, we were willing to take away revenue because what matters to me and the student is as long as he got his PhD, we don't care. Because later on, you can do your postdoctoral and you can come up with whatever you want after your PhD. But to get your PhD, just follow your external examiner. Don't argue. That's the rule of thumb, right? You cannot go against your external examiner because they are the king. Actually, your supervisor has no power in the Viva. He cannot even speak. So just follow the external examiner or the internal examiner. And actually, the internal examiner is more powerful because the internal examiner will, in the end, verify all your editing based on what the external examiner has recommended. The rule of thumb that you must remember. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajaya. It was very informative. I think fellow researchers, we have to focus for those who are interested to publish paper based on the secondary data. First, go and find a secondary create some relation based on that, and then create a conceptual model, find literature then related to your relationship and also the source that you're trying to find, and then start to explore and come with some judgment. And then based on that, I think we can start to publish our papers. Okay, thanks again, Dr. Bajoria. And now we will start with our proposed progress report by 6 students. And it will be coordinated by Dr. Shari, Dr. Mitra. So pass to Dr. Shari now. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with the first presenter, Mr. Irfan Akhtar. So, Mr. Irfan Akhtar, okay. Mr. Irfan Akhtar, you just have 10 minutes to present the progress report and just 5 minutes for the Q&A session, okay? Please try to manage your time. No, you try to manage because we have like 6 students to present the progress report. Please listen to Mr. Irfan's presentation. Just do the So let me go the
So, good evening. I know it's a late evening. Many of you might be tired of attending so many sessions and presentations. So, I will be very precise. Pleased to be here to present my progress. My proposal was defended in February in Vietnam. I received some feedback and comments from the panelists as well as from supervisors later. So, I'll try to give a snapshot of my topic. My topic is the role of private sector in achieving sustainable development goals through CSR, corporate responsibility in India. Supervisors are Professor Prem Kumar and Professor Hardik Singh. Feedback which I received during the proposal defense, there were basically four. One was the RQ with ROs, more literature review, considered to use mixed method and quantitative, because initially I proposed to use quantitative method, but later on it was suggested to use a qualitative method. Increase the sample size. So on chapter 1, just I want to give the highlight about the topic, the issue, the problem I identified. In September 2015, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda was adopted by United Nations. This agenda for 2030, which is the Global Development Agenda, builds upon the Millennium Development Goals, which are known as MDG, which finished in 2015. The concept of sustainable development goals was conceived in the Rio +20 conference in 2012. According to Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General, the SDGs are an inclusive sustainable goal for people, for planet, for prosperity, with the objective of no one leaving behind. Means SDG apply to all countries, to all people, to end poverty, fight inequality, justice, and tackle the climate change by 2030. So this is basically a very aspirational goal. There are 17 goals and 169 targets. So goal 1 is like no poverty, goal 2 no hunger. So poverty, hunger, health, education, everything we talk about that is mentioned in this 17 goals and 160 targets. Problem statement, this is very aspirational and covers everybody everywhere. But it comes with a price tag. How to implement these goals? How to achieve these targets? It's very costly. According to Addis Ababa Agenda on Advocacy for Development, there's a huge financial gap to achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030. The assessment conducted by UNEP in 2014, the report says that to achieve the sustainable development goals, there will be a need of 5 to 7 trillion US dollars. Every year, and then we can achieve the goals by 2030. If I take the example of India, my topic is related to India. The annual spending needed for achieving the SDGs in India is 0.56 trillion. Means $500 billion will be required, which is currently 58% gap. This report is presented by one of the agencies connected to assessment. So if you see the financial gap to achieve the sustainable goals, almost the same ranges in almost the countries. If least developed countries will have more gap, resource gap. Like if you take the example of India, it is economically vibrant, economically growing, it still has a 56% of gap resources to achieve the goals. So all national governments cannot achieve alone. There should be other partners playing a key role to achieve the goals. Currently, I was doing the research, the literature review, and found that no research done on SDGs, how other sectors can contribute. There is only one study conducted on public sectors, which analyzes how a government is going to contribute to achieve the targets. That report suggests that there is a need to conduct another research to see how other sectors can contribute to achieve the sustainable goals. When economy is vibrant, private sectors are very important. And they really play an important role in shaping the social cultural values in the society. Pillai mentioned in his paper in 2017 that there is a little research on how companies should formulate their SDGs and objectives and priorities. So here is the point. Based on this finding and under this background, this study aims to study the role of private sector in achieving sustainable goals in India.
We have just 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Let's try to summarize the main part. Maybe you can go through your methodology.
So I will not use this one. So the objective is basically there are 5 objectives to assess the knowledge of private companies about SDGs, to see the synergy between the mandates of CSR private companies and goals of sustainable goals, and also to see the challenges what are the challenges they are facing to achieve the sustainable goals in India. So these are 5 objectives. Methodology that I'm going to use is initially I proposed to use the quantitative. Now I'm going to use the mixed method. In mixed method, there are 3 types of mixed methods generally applied. One is the convergent method, another is transforming, and third is the multi-phase. So I'm going to use the convergent method. Means a single study will have a quantitative and qualitative questions which we apply to the data. Regarding the sample size, I'm going to use the web-based. And I was hearing since yesterday about web-based and response rate. Initially, in my proposal, I mentioned about 500 sample size. Currently, the response rate is 27%. In India, there was one web-based survey of CSR of private companies, and the response rate was 27.5%. So, in consultation with the supervisors, I have increased the sample size of 2,000. A certified sampling. And this will be collected from the Bombay Stock Exchange listing of 170 customer. So if I say the response rate is 25% or 20%, so out of 20,000, at least I am expecting that there will be 500 respondents to answer the questions. So this is the sample size. I talked about the data collection is web-based. So the questionnaires will be sent to the respondents with the link, and they will be follow-up. There is one study conducted in 2013. When you send a reminder 2 times, 3 times, 3 times, at least there is a 5 to 7% increase in the response. So I do the follow-up after 1 month by sending the questionnaires. The limitation, the key limitation is that this study will be only conducted in the private sector companies, not the public sector. This is the limitation of the study. And we'll see further how to engage with the public sector companies and other companies. The current progress is currently I'm working on the sampling plan now, and also obtaining contact details of sample companies. If you go to the website, you will find list of all companies, but there is no email address. If you want to do the web based, it's important to collect the email address. So I think the email address of those companies, which are in the sampling plan, and also developing some tools and questionnaire. And as it was mentioned just now about writing paper articles on studying to write at least 1 paper next in 1 or 2 months. So this is the current progress. These are the collections of literature reviews which we have done in the same months. This is the flow chart. So the green one is a stage where I am now, data collection of the for data collections. These are the references that I have done. So thank you so much.
So now we are going to the Q&A session. First, I have one question. I guess the permission to answer the question. Print the sampling, your sampling part. So I just want to know that why you don't calculate your sample size out of 2,000 companies. Because there are some formula that you need to do the calculation and find out about your sample size. Because later you are going to generalize your result for the whole 2,000 companies.
Yes.
Okay, so do you have any plan to do sample?
Yes, I will do the calculation of sample size.
We have Morgan and Craigie, we have Yamana, there are different sample size calculations.
So Craigie and Morgan are going to use, which I presented in my defense proposal, but I think
you are choosing a stratification, a stratified sample. What kind of criteria you want to do a stratification? You are going based on the type of companies or what else?
Not type of companies. Basically, in India, they publish every year top 500 countries in line with the 514 countries. And also, they publish annually top 2,000 companies. So, I'm going to take a top 2,000 companies based on the turnover, annual turnover.
So, it means that you do the stratification based on
turnover.
Turnover, okay.
Yeah, not
no, I mean size also. Turnover also can be related to the size of the company or not? You want to also consider the size? Just the turnover.
Just turnover. Because this is the criteria they use to top 500 companies, top 2,000 companies. This is turnover.
Okay, thank you so much. Secretary, do you have any question?
My question was also saying, how are you going to do your sampling, about which materials you want to explain? And another thing I want to know, you mentioned that you are going to use mixed, right?
Yes.
Sorry, the methodology is
Mixed method.
yes, mixed method. Quantitative and qualitative together.
Yes.
And may I know about your first objective? You said to understand the knowledge about these CGs.
Yeah.
What method are you going to use?
It's equally quantitative.
Okay, how? What are you going to use?
Question answer. Question answer.
Okay. So, have you found the questionnaire or not yet?
Basically, during literature we have found a very question on CSR in general, but not related to SDGs, because the SDGs are very new. It started just last year.
That's what I want.
Yeah, just last year. So they are not questionnaire levels. Developing questionnaire like one and then discussing supervisors and other. Trying to see if while I'm developing the questions, if I can find some other literature where they already publish some of the questions.
Okay, so you are going to make your own questionnaire based on the literature.
Literature.
Say your research that you are developing your own questionnaire, we will take the policy. No, you should not say that you design your own questionnaire. Adopt somebody else's questionnaire.
Yeah, I can say adopting. But I mean, when you adopt, also you don't copy all questions, you formulate new questions. Yeah.
But you're not designing your own instrument. But you have to be different.
Yeah, there are some questionnaires. Yeah. Yes, partially, because if I'm going to ask questions related to CSRs and then engagement on social responsibilities, of course, there are set of questions ready already, which I can adopt from there. But SDG just launched this last year, and many countries have not adopted yet. There are few countries in Asian region which have adopted. So I'm not sure if there will be some questions available, but from the literature, I can see there are some questions which can be formulated and adopted in this questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akhtar.
Thank you so much.
We are going to the next presenter.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Mr. Patai. Mr. Patai, you just have 10 minutes, right? Please try to manage your time. Guard with Mr. Akhtar. Okay?
My distinguished professors and lecturers, my colleagues here present, good evening everybody. My name is Fatah, and I'm the PhD champion and university program. And the title of my work is Demand Management, Situational Factors, and Commuters Travel Behavior. Outline, background, progressive treatment, aims and objectives, research questions, scope, methodology, model, definition of variables, and so on and so forth. This is my first semester, my first program presentation. So I'm just starting my work. This work is focused on traffic congestion. Many people see congestion as a problem. Really, it is a problem. But it is a global phenomenon. that is common to all major cities of the world as a result of rapid urbanization, population growth, economic development, increasing income and its associated car ownership and use. Traffic congestion occurs when the demand for travel is more than the supply, the capacity of the transport system. Then you have congestion. There has been debate over the years. Before now, researchers propose increasing the capacity supply as a solution to congestion. But it has been proven that that solution is not sustainable. It only provides a short-term solution. In the long term, the problem will occur. As a result, the new state of the art is to look at it from the demand side, how to manage demand in line with the existing capacity of the transport system. If you look at the information on annual World Traffic Index for 2015, it's showing us the PM peak congestion in major cities of the world. And Istanbul happens to be the one that is the most congested city. The percentage you are seeing there is travel time variation. You are traveling from origin to destination, you have a travel time during normal flow. But when there is congestion, there will be variation in travel time, and you have an increase. So in Istanbul, in evening, congestion will cause a change in travel time up to 109%. Then followed by Moscow and so on and so forth, because of time. Let's look at 2017, all day traffic congestion in some cities of the world. Those ones in red are the most congested cities. And thank God, Kuala Lumpur is not one of them. Well, if care is not taken, it's gradually growing. Percentage for Kuala Lumpur is 30%. But you have Mexico over 60%, Bangkok in Thailand, Jakarta, Beijing, Moscow, and so on and so forth. This is based on 2017 World Traffic Index in terms of congestion. Okay. So let's look at transport demand management. The focus of transport demand management is to influence traffic behavior. Because at the point of making a choice to travel or not to travel, where you want to travel, why you want to travel, when you want to travel, and how, this constitutes travel behavior. This is actually influenced by transport demand management. So, transport demand management strategies are made to influence traffic behavior in order to reduce traffic congestion. It focuses on managing the purpose of travel, the time of travel, the travel mode, and destination. As stated earlier, the objective of the transport system is to provide efficient movement within the network. But to come up with policies that will solve congestion, we need to focus on travel behavior. But the gap is that previous studies have focused on individual, psychological, and socioeconomic factors influencing travel behavior. And these are all about the individual that makes the travel decision. But there is a depth of empirical research on situational factors, factors that are external to the individual. And this is the area that I'm focusing on. Beyond that, available studies mostly focus on developing countries.
So what are you just for 5 minutes?
And finally, when we talk about situation, situation varies from one location to the other. The situation in developed countries is different from that of developed countries. Look at it socio-culturally, economically, environmentally. The situation is different. So, the objective. The main aim of this study is to examine the influence of situational factors on travel behavior, most especially car travel. And going to the specific objectives, I intend to examine the relationship between the physical environment and car travel behavior. The impact of social surrounding on car travel choice. The influence of temporal perspective on car commute. The effect of tax definition on car use. Relationship between antecedent states and car route choice. And finally, a mediation effect, of self-efficacy on the relationship between situational variable and travel behavior. Research questions.
Through your research methodology.
I just want to show
2 minutes.
Here, part of what we are saying is that if you look at the group of people, category here, if they decide to go turn by car, you can see the effect on the road network. The second, you are going to bicycle, you can see it created more space. Then you have the last option, using public transport in one system, which is, using the transport network efficiently. Try to the point and focus on this research. The methodology, the research design, this research should be a survey research using cross-sectional data, primary and secondary data sources will be employed. The study population focuses on car users in Lagos metropolis. Lagos is one of the main cities in Nigeria with the highest population. And in fact, the mega city in Africa. Sources of data stated earlier will be primary and secondary, and the analysis will make use of descriptive and inferential statistics. I'm also employing a mixed method, and under the inferential statistics, I'm making use of structural equation modeling technique. This is the theoretical model. The independent variable, the negative variable, and the independent variable. And this is the explanation of each of the variables. Significance of the study. This study will allow for the education of conceptual concept and framework of travel behavior. It will also support and enrich models of car travel behavior, and finally, it generates awareness among travel planners and policymakers on effective strategies for mitigating traffic congestion.
Okay, thank you for presentation. Mr. Hata, you are in semester? You are in first semester. That's very good because you are very determined on what you are going to do. Okay. So, Mr. Hata, I have one question regarding your mixed method. You use the interview as one method to cover the objective or just as a supplement?
As a supplement.
As a supplement. So you are not going to specifically cover one or two objectives just based on the interview, right?
So the interview will support all the objectives because for each of them.
As a supplement.
Yes, a supplement.
So your main strategy is based on quantitative.
Quantitative.
Okay. Thank you. Operator, do you have a question? Maybe the next presenter will be Mr. Luis. You. We just have 10 minutes. Okay, I just want to remind you that tomorrow we will have a talk by Dr. Sharma. Okay, please try to manage your time to attend this talk. And after that, we'll have a networking dinner that will start at 6 p.m. It will start at 6 p.m. Tomorrow we'll have networking dinner. And then on Friday, we have another 2 industrial talk, one by Mr. Egira talk, and also PostGraduate. So, Mr. Lee, very good.
Very good evening, almost good evening. Okay, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for being my panel for my progress report. Alright. So this is my topic. The topic is the readiness of future economic workforce of GST implementation in Malaysia. Alright. So next, this is the outline. To cut it short, I go for the point. Okay. Right. So GST is something new in Malaysia. It's only implemented for coming 2 years. Alright, since 1st April 2015. Alright, so what is the rate of GST in Malaysia? Is 6%. Okay, just like introduction. And we have 4 types of supply. We have standard rate, zero rated, exempted, and mixed. Alright. So why Malaysia need GST? To avoid tax cascading, which is mean double tax. Okay, impact. To avoid the tax evasion. Okay. Then it is a self policy, so we should see reduce red tape, lower the admin cost, reduce reliance on direct tax. Direct tax means the company tax, corporate tax, personal tax, they try to reduce it. Alright? To reduce the reliance on petroleum. Okay, petroleum, we are over depending on this second major source of income, Malaysia, which have caused Malaysia so much problem nowadays. The obvious one is our currency drop a lot because we are over reliant on it. Next, we go to lower the corporate tax rate. Then to overcome the budget deficit, all right. Then the government say to eliminate fuel subsidies, hence freeing up the resources for better usage. Okay. Then lower cost of doing the business. Then we have equality tax regime, promote global competitiveness and greater transparency. So these are the findings that I got it from the Ministry of Finance. The estimate of federal government revenue 216 is the latest. All right. I found out that these are the figure, but you're so far away. I think so you can see it quite well. What about I put it into chart? Now, the blue color is representing SST, the sales and service tax. And the pink color is representing GST. You can see GST has played a very important role and a major contribution to Malaysian economy. So we can see it's almost double. It's actually 1 times over compared with SST. All right, next we go. What are those penalties and compound? I think this is the most, this hot topic to be discussed in Malaysia. All right, a lot. Okay, I'm not going to read out. I'm going to pinpoint the key area that announced by GST government. Okay, the Royal Custom. These are the key areas, the 4 common mistakes done by Malaysian companies. The first one is late GST registration. Second, incorrect GST return. The third one is late filing. The fourth one is late payment. These are the common mistakes or the intentional mistake, I don't know, done by Malaysian company. And Malaysian company receive these kind of fines and penalties from Royal Customs Malaysia. All right. Now, the interesting part is 2015 have been true. 2166 last year. 2017 this year, but the government expecting almost the same mistake done. You see that the blue color and the yellow color? The blue color representing penalty on late registration. The yellow color representing GST compound. But 2016 and 2015 are almost same. Next we go, faster. Yeah, I understand. So my question is, why government expecting same mistake repeat? So is it because of we lack of workforce, accounting workforce? So I'm going to search data, the total number of students. Since 2011 until 2015, accumulatively, number of accounting workforce has increased more than 200%. All right. So this makes me a little bit worried when I look at these two data. The penalty and compound from 2016 is about 4 million. Estimate 2017, 3 million, also quite high, very convenient. But number of graduates from accounting increased. What is going on? Am I right? We suppose that accounting graduate increase, workforce supply, the compound should be reduced. But look at 2016 is still very high. Since the very beginning, government announced in year 2011, from Magic say that we're going to implement GST 2011. But what happened to compound still so high? All right. So my problem statement is the introduction of GST to replace SST has been announced since year 2011, which is 4 years before actual implementation date, the 1st April 2015. The number of future accounting workforce also has increased more than 200% since year 2012. Since there is sufficient time allocated and sufficient accounting workforce for GST implementation, why compound and fine imposed for GST non-compliance still remain high, as shown in this statistic? Something wrong. So the next one, is this due to reason that most of future accounting workforce are not well equipped to prepare GST implementation, or any other reason affecting effective implementation of GST? Then the next one. So this is my research objective. Two minutes. The first one, to examine the understanding of future accounting workforce on GST knowledge. Objective 2, to assess the competency of future accounting workforce on GST implementation. Objective 3, to analyze the steps taken by higher education provider to guide future accounting workforce on GST implementation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Objective 4, to find out the challenges faced by future accounting workforce to prepare for GST implementation. My objective 5, to ascertain the perception of future accounting workforce toward GST implementation. Objective 6, to investigate availability of resources for accounting workforce on GST implementation. Objective 7, to introduce the framework for higher education in relation to GST implementation or other new policy implementation in future. All right, so I provide framework. Right, you. Yes.
To your
methodology. Methodology. Right. Thank you. All right. Methodology is let me check. This is theoretical framework I use currently. This is my IBDD. These are all I get it from all professional framework. Try to put it. All right. Right. Okay. Methodology. Okay. Methodology. Data is collected based on structured questionnaire through survey. Method of distribution, okay, is I use automation survey application such as Google Survey and SurveyMonkey. Email, conventional post as well. Okay, quantitative information only. Source of data from 4 categories of higher education provider. The first one is public university. The second one is private higher education, institute polytechnic swasta, polytechnic, and college community. Okay. Then sampling technique, I use stratified sampling based on level of education. So I choose, so not to say I choose, I go, the stratified, they have certificate, diploma, degree, master degree, and of course they have PhD as well. Okay, about diploma and degree is the most number. Okay, most number. I'm going to ignore. Okay, sorry. For the certificate, master and PhD, the number is too small, which is within 5% of marginal error. Okay, next we go. Sample size. I use Craig and Morgan. Okay. The table is provided and the check is confident with a confidence level of 95%, margin error of 5%, diploma sampling number is 331, degree student is 338. Okay, by ignoring the master and PhD is still within 5% of marginal error. Okay, you don't go beyond that. Okay. Next we go. Statistical technique, I think quite common. We use descriptive analysis, multiple regression analysis. Of course, I'm going to use FSP to process the data. For survey marketing, it's too convenient for me to collect the data on Facebook as well. Right. All right. I am.
Thank you, Mr. for your interesting presentation. I have one question regarding your objectives. So you are in which semester?
Sorry?
You are in which semester?
It's already third semester.
Third semester.
Yeah.
Because you have 7 objectives. I think a lot. So do you have any idea about the time after finishing your PhD?
Yeah.
Do you have any Gantt chart or something?
Yes. Yeah, time is my consideration. I'm trying very hard. Okay.
There's one constraint about our PhD research. Maybe we can define more than 10 objectives. But the time constraint should be considered as well. So please try to reduce the number of objectives.
So it's supposed to be how many? Would you mind to give me advice?
I cannot give you the number. This is based on the problem statement and based on that the availability of the respondents, so you can design your objectives. And the other one, you use just the primary data, or are you going to use any secondary source?
At this moment, okay, since my survey is from graduate future accounting for final semester of the student, it should be primary data.
Primary data.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Discuss with your next supervisor more regarding how you can reduce the number of objects.
Thank you very much for your advice. Thank you.
For your presentation. Okay. So,
any comment?
This is
Model, huh?
Yeah.
Methodology.
Yeah.
You don't have a conceptual model.
Conceptual model. I don't have. Okay.
Yeah.
Conceptual framework. You are talking about literal
Yeah,
framework?
framework.
I got it. Okay. Mine is theoretical framework. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Actually, my theoretical framework is coloring. Coloring. This is the one, change management, coloring.
Yeah, but you know, you need to have the variable, independent
Yes,
variable.
we have. Yeah, this is my independent variable. The first one is knowledge. The second one is competency. I know it's blue and white is not so friendly. From far away, I think you can see well. The third one is role of higher education provider. The fourth one is perception of force. And then availability of resources. I support by different school of thought. I'll show you later. Any impairments?
So all your potential respondent will be accounting ready.
Yes, because accounting is more relevant to GST.
So actually the mediating variable is just GST.
Yes.
Your title?
My title is go for this one better. My title is The Readiness of Future Accounting Workforce on GST Implementation Image. Might to give advice.
That can be conceptual model. This is conceptual model. But your topic is relevant in the sense that you want to see just whether this accounting graduate have sufficient knowledge of GST
and to
GST.
Yeah. Next is to come up with a framework for the majorly for two parties. The first one is higher education, where the faculties of the higher education, especially accounting, they may refer to my framework. The second one is the relevant authority, where next time when they have new interpretation on new policy in relation to accounting, they may refer to my framework like this.
But your questionnaire will not be able to achieve the objective.
Okay.
So that will be your own design.
The questionnaire.
Not what you want to develop here is basically a curriculum for the universities to adopt.
Yes.
To teach GST.
Yes.
Prepare the students with GST.
Yes.
But it's beyond your questionnaire.
I have the framework questionnaire, right? Questionnaire, can I show you? Referring to these five independent variables, I further support by different school or different professional body cannot be used. Like example, competency, I refer to ACCA. So what are the checklists about the competency? Like knowledge, I go for certain body of associations, those professional body. Is it workable?
There is no knowledge about GST. That's not about accounting. But you're measuring the knowledge of GST so that they are able to implement GST.
Yes.
Some research
Right. So we have to be more in depth.
You have to ask specific questions about GST knowledge. of the graduate?
Yes.
I think comparatively is about the sampling, right? So the sampling is not more specific. Are you listening about the student's perception? Because you're going to have the data collection from universities.
Yes.
Right? So if you are going to have data about the perception, actually the students will have to are you going to have a decision on data collection? Your title is
Readiness. Yes.
or are you going to have a perception?
The perception I have framework is about list of perceptions that yeah.
It's not very clear. Where you want to reach something already. It cannot be too long. So if you say in university you are going to communicate or university students, what stage, which is the students, what is your content from them? And then another part, the sampling are some who have experience. But really from they have experience and they don't have experience. So how are you going to have these people sampling?
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to say about the working adult who have already experience in accounting and they are few of people supposed to answer the question.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Since one part of sampling is the experience one, the other one are university students who they don't have an experience in that.
Yes.
Unless you categorize them like adult working experience students study at master or PhD level.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. Now, as an accounting student, we believe that we are ready. We are ready. We are ready in terms of knowledge, competency, which is mean that we must be able to utilize the computerized accounting to complete the account, and until the point of submission.
Then that would be so far from your title or your thesis.
Yes.
Since you are focusing more on GST.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, then
it should be more to.
Yeah, exactly. More focusing on the people who have experience of GST.
Okay, got it.
So accounting makes it more cloud, but the statement of right. So it's more cloud accounting. So you are focusing only on GST. So that's why you need to get more specific sampling.
Like even students, they have different category of accounting people. Yes.
If you focus on the students, then it will be more coming with the learning or somehow the perception of from teaching. Something will be,
So if I'm going to collect data from those working adults, they are doing accounting, then sampling will become a challenge. Challenge becomes a challenge because the higher education provider may not want to give me the information of the graduate. Second is I'm trying to go for industry, then the collection will be very fast.
I don't know, maybe since you are doing quantitative research, if you, for example, cover all the IPS,
I don't want to do quantitative only. Yes.
So, because quantitative constantly to opinion, and you can only find opinions of students, and your opinion that you collect now is opinion about their knowledge in accounting.
Yes.
What about opinion about their knowledge in GST?
Referring to knowledge, right? I will go to knowledge of GST in relevant to these four areas, which is commonly, compound or issue penalty by the government. Okay.
It's okay, but I mean, are these covered in the curriculum of the accounting universities?
I believe, I'm not to say believe, as accounting profession, they should have covered. But
there's a big assumption.
Yeah, like myself is an accountant. When I done my MBA, I'm already ready, for everything until, accounting, submission, and so on. Yes. 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 So we are ready to supply market. But that's a problem. That's why it may become a problem that I'm sorry to use the word not competent enough to supply, as a working force to compete with GST accounting.
So that's already a conclusion.
It's not my conclusion. That's why a big question to me, I want to find out.
Or you have to ask.
Yes. I have to ask.
Our students or any comments or questions can participate in the discussion.
Yeah. Why do you want to restrict yourself to calculating a loan?
What quantitative?
You are restricting yourself to that alone because if you're going to use questionnaire to be more objective of that, there might be open questionnaire along the line. But I don't think it's quantitative. How are you going to? You are going to restrict yourself to those open questionnaires. What will you do with them? Do you just ignore them?
You mean those people who want to give suggestion?
Yeah, because I say you're going to use quantitative questionnaire, right?
Yes.
Questionnaire.
Yeah.
But in the questionnaire, you must have an open-ended questionnaire, and you one of them. So what will you do with them? Because I'm going to restrict quantitative.
I understand what you're saying, and you're trying to say that it's supposed to give a questionnaire as a column that they can express their opinion.
Yes, and then you are saying that you're going to use quantitative, so you are restricted. What will you do with those ones? It means that you must find a way, my suggestion that find a way to code those open-ended questionnaire to complement your quantitative one, if you want to do that.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Thank you. Any opinion?
Okay, thank you, Mr. for the presentation. Please consider the comments of the examiner.
And really, thank you very much for giving the opportunity. Your advice really helpful to me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So next presenter will be Mr. Lutfar. Okay. So please consider the 10 minutes time while you are presenting your progress report. 10 minutes.
Studies, my honorable supervisor, Professor Ravi, supervisor is Dr. Mahmoud, and honorable audience. My topic is impact of redundant and power in industry of powers. Because the statistics, due to shortage of time, I have not many details about manpower. But striking point is that Bangladesh was once upon a time when tea exporting countries. Now tea export quantum has become zero. All the production is consumed inside Bangladesh. Tea export has come to almost nil. That is 960 kg. But earlier it was more than 1.3 million in 1984. These are the production, we export.
Mr. Ramo, please go to your problem statement, objectives, research methodology.
Actually, there's a big gap. That is, manpower is in the industry, and unrestricted workers are increasing year by year, and they are not even what? Total population, men, women, district level, Israel level. These figures were collected from another scheme. Actually, production is increasing only 1% in a year, but demand is increasing 3% in a year per year. So 2% remains deficit. That's why Bangladesh is going to import tea. Whereas once upon a time it was a tea exporting country. Now it is tea. My problem statement is that when used manpower is there, they are underutilized or not utilized, and there are a lot of scopes to utilize the workers, and hence the production can be enhanced from 1% to 3%, and there should not be any deficit. That is my point. That is my problem statement. Non-workers pose serious problem in the industry. By some estimation, 70% population in the industry are non-workers who do not have job or fixed income. These 70% workers, non-workers, they are sharing the facilities and other benefits of the permanent workers. That's why morality of the workers has been deteriorated. And the tea industry is giving a lot of manpower, depleting day by day because of morality of workers is diminishing. Because of the reason that non-workers are sharing the facilities of the permanent workers which are need from them. That is my problem statement. Research objective is that the study will focus on demography of redundant workers in the industry, their lifestyle, social income. Since they are sharing facilities given by employers only to the permanent workers, naturally morality of permanent workers will decline as they are deprived of their legitimate share. This decline in morality from the workers will make a negative impact in the productivity. The objective of the study is to find out why the redundant workers in the industry remain unemployed and why employers do not engage redundant workers from employment.
5 minutes.
Scope and elimination of study. The study covers 169 key states in Bangladesh, where 122,840 workers and 292,782 non-workers are sharing estate properties and resources being for 122,840 workers. In order to get rid of the situation, out of 292,782 non-workers, a total of 148,501 non-workers are ready immediately because it's 292,782. Children are there, old people are there. Hence, 148,501 people immediately they need job. To cope with the situation. Situation is creating unsanitary, unsafe, and unwise condition in the field. To get rid of this situation.
Please, Mr. Rahman, go through your methodology because you just have 3 minutes. Okay, please go through your methodology.
Methodology, descriptive, and causal and there is effect and causation. Switzerland is 169 key states. Some of these states are extremely good position, some are mediocre, some are very bad position. So those will be taken as a sample and only taken, and their productivity is measured. And their productivity, and why the productivity of other parents are getting down, that's the second part. Is that the matter?
Mr. Rahman, actually, you need to follow the standard procedure of writing the proposal. It usually starts by introduction, it's followed by the problem statement, and then research objective, or after that, we have research questions, significance of the study, and then methodology, and expected output and results. So please arrange, you have many useful information, but you need to arrange them in the format of the proposal. Okay, for example, and also for the objective, you cannot write too many sentences for the research objective. Usually we have one main aim of the research, and this main aim, and after that we have some specific objectives. Okay, it's better you just write as a one statement, as a point. You cannot write many things. As one statement that starts by 2. Okay, please try to modify your proposal based on the standard format. So you have many useful information, but as you do not follow the standard procedure, it seems that you cannot highlight the eye-catching part of the research regarding your problem statement, your objectives, and also research methodology. So please, after setting your research objective, you need to complete your methodology. Okay, so you need to redesign and arrange your proposal. Mr. Rahman, Dr. Nisha? Dr. Gulad?
Yes. Is this the event? No, it's business and progress. If you look at the latest slides, if you look at his work, the Word document, he's given a background to what the issue is. Basically, there's an issue of too many workers in the tea plantations, and therefore the efficiency level is low. Now, he wants to contribute some solutions to the problem. So he has actually later on, maybe want to move on because we are still stuck in the introduction area. Can we just move on, keep moving on? This analysis and all that. Okay, maybe there's too much detail in the PowerPoint, but let's move on, please. Move on, move on, move on. Remember where we saw the. No, this is still move on. Where is the research questions and research objectives? We did that. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay, that is in your presentation. Brother Mohammed Lutfer, basically the feedback that the good doctors are giving you is that the PowerPoint presentation is not a repetition of what you have shown me in the Word document. It must be a summary of points and maybe a brief background. So right now, if we go through this, all of us will become experts in the issue of tea plantation in Bangladesh. But that is not the objective of our colloquium discussion. Here, I would like you to emphasize how you are going to form your research objectives, how you are going to form your research questions, which you already have. So just show them the research part of it, the research objectives and research questions, and then how you're going to progress from that, so that we can, give you ideas of that. That would be, I think, most beneficial. You can point your listen to the laptop, please. I think the background maybe one slide enough, one slide background. I mean this for future reference. But can you show the what you showed me in your Word document? Do you have it there? Yeah. Maybe you'll take a look at that. So don't worry about the PowerPoint presentation. Maybe if you can advise him based on this there. See that this way. Bye. I think perhaps what we can do is this one, rather than doing a presentation, we can do a face-to-face one-on-one. Yes,
in order to be very fast in your research, it will be better that you start reading some articles and rather than to a topic. So you just make a table, summarize each paper you are reading, make it a category. Make one column the title, another column the name of the writer, another column the objectives that they write, the research questions, and then the methodology they use. You can find what they ask.
I think Brother will be attending the next business research and development class. He has not yet gone to that. So
you need to have a grounded idea about the research.
But right now we just give you general guidance. Once you come for the research methodology, then you will be given the full framework.
Thank you, Mr. Rama. The next presenter will be Ms. Pretty Subarama. Is not here? Okay, let's go to the last presenter, Christy. Mr. Kazi. Okay. Mr. Kazi?
Yes, I can tell you.
Yes.
Okay, sir, can you hear me? Because I have a microphone here.
Yes, sure. No problem.
Thank you very much. Yes,
Please listen to Mr. Quasi carefully.
thank you very much. First of all, thank all of you. Okay, for being patient, and thank you very much for being patient with me. For me, actually, the last person, and thank you for all the honorable members. Now, today actually I'm going to present a synopsis of my chapter 1 and 2. Supposed to present my proposal. Unfortunate reason, I couldn't do so, so I'll just give a presentation of my some of my 1 and 5 or 6 minutes. First, let me explain. My topic is factors influencing vehicle drivers on roads to conduct disorder driving behavior, hence contributing to traffic congestion in Dhaka city, Bangladesh. It's about traffic congestion management in Dhaka city.
Press the right button.
So, what also actually, like I said, is an attempt to say that provide a bird's eye view of introduction and the distributive chapter of my research. And session the track presented today are study, research aim and objective, research motivation, and also the references. Actually, introduction of background of this study is known as the traffic capital of the world. Jody Rosen, the journalist of T magazine, Times magazine, he made in his article below, he wrote an article on it, and he made the comments by which you understand the seriousness of traffic situation in Bangladesh. He said it's a symbol of 21st century urban dissatisfaction. This assumption. The world's most broken city, the rural place, the town that is both frantic and paralyzed. Air traffic goes for 20 seconds, then stops. That's his comment. So I think introduction, that's his point. Now, background again, Dhaka city land space 2,000 square kilometers only. From that 2,000 square kilometers, 200 kilometers primary roads, 110 kilometers secondary roads, 50 kilometers feeder roads, and rest 640 kilometer narrow roads. Where international standard is minimum implementation of the city, but in Dhaka, according to TGCA, that is Dhaka Transport Corporation of Authority, about say that 25 million daily trips demand in the city, and monetary loss 150 billion yearly. World Bank. Now, what I have tried to do this review, and I'll not say that go over say that a lot of issues, but Varnamala, Sultanatania, Khan, they have identified many factors responsible for say that traffic management in Dhaka city. Kunzi also say that it's 13, he mentioned few. Andalus Saeed, Hassan, all of them try to figure out, say that, and Ahmed, 15, neighbor to 15, all of them try to keep, say, the cause for traffic in Dhaka city because of traffic constraints, and I'm not explaining them all. But what I'm doing actually here,
I'll try to show you that the limitations of the research of causes of finding before that recombination. Here, example, I have taken from the original reference. The Guatemala, Sultan, and Tania 15, they say lack of planning of city roads, low road space, different speed of vehicle, overpopulation, unplanned parking, insufficient roads, lack of law implementation, road signaling, plus lack of driving training, footpaths and markers, the presence of road and rail line on the same ground level. Limitation of the solution provided by them. I found here reference Gordon solution that say integrated transport planning. The limitations that are found guidelines, direction, or a framework regarding how efficient and effective integrated transport plan should be developed is absent from the previous study. But solution provided by researchers from for similar problem is broad. For the similar time, for example, say, I'm sorry, particularly because the Chinese, when and Jan 16, in Beijing, almost they have a similar thing. They have say the sharp contradiction between rapidly growing number of vehicles and limited parking lots and disorderly parking. For this reason, the solution they have done strict vehicle parking restriction policy in order to control the cost of car ownership and parking demand and reduce further deterioration of supply demand contradictions. Impact, Beijing and Shanghai are China's first two cities to implement policies on vehicle ownership and use, and reference is even on the right side. My research aimed actually to find, say that what are the factors that motivate or inflame vehicle drivers in Dhaka city to conduct user driving on the roads, hence causing traffic congestion. And objective specific actually is to identify types of user driving behavior vehicle drivers to conduct on roads on Dhaka city, Bangladesh, and hence causing traffic congestion. Determine the factors that are responsible for vehicle drivers to developing and conducting vehicle controls, to come up with a theoretical model, solution, and recommendation by which vehicle driving vehicle on roads can be reduced, the level of traffic congestion in this can be minimized, and to create prospects for further study in this area. Now, from the I like to say what is user driving. From say the different literature review, I come up with this particular definition.
Less than 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes. Please try to summarize the remaining.
Okay, fine. Then I'm going to actually user driving is okay. So anyway, when I my contribution level to contribution, if I can successfully complete the research, then the outcome of the research will be shared with the policymakers of Bangladesh government, or specifically DCTA, Dhaka City Transport Authority, and traffic experts in home and abroad by the means of publishing articles in the different journals, editorial in newspapers, and proposing, developing, and implementing projects in the city permanently and happening to the city for any other causes. We enjoy. Thank you very much for all our references.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the presentation. Well, I think that there is a missing part for your research methodology.
Sorry?
There is a missing part for your research methodology. And so, because I'm going to ask you about your last objective. Yeah, you mentioned that you to create a prospect. How you are going to create a prospect? What is the measurement or what is the method?
Prospect is actually say that what I meant actually by this that in my methodology, I come to say that solution is that how disorder behaviors can be defined by a model. By using temporary behavior model.
We design the writing of the last objective.
Okay.
Because to create this.
Okay. Yes. May I go back? Because it's important.
Who is taking notes for you?
Sorry?
Who is taking notes for you? Is someone taking notes for you?
Yeah. Actually, your last objective means that it's the main contribution of your research, right?
Okay, right.
So it means that it comes out, after you conduct your, you get the results for the first, second, and third objectives, all together that can be contributed as a prospect for further study in this area. But it's a kind of general, that it's not more specific. It's better to rearrange the last objective. And then each objective should be measurable. I mean, the feasibility of your research, the feasibility is very important. It means that the method is very important, which is missing here. That's why I cannot give you more comments because don't consider the research methodology here. Okay? So according to your objective, please try to design your methodology and research design as well.
Exactly.
So, you are in the early stage, right?
Exactly. I wanted to, unfortunately, reason, my otherwise it will be managed. So hopefully November, I'm coming back. That time.
Actually, moving forward from what Dr. Shadi said, I think when I was looking at this, I realized that you had a kind of a bucket list of all the issues there are, all the problems. But you don't want a bucket list. What you want is to say to your reader that I'm a researcher, I have found all these problems in the data traffic. Then as a researcher, you should say, these are the problems related to infrastructure. These are the problems related to regulation. These are the problems related to driver behavior. Then you have to clearly state, this study will focus only on driver behavior. Then, you are taking your readers along with what you intend to do. I did not see that happening until like the 7th, 8th, or 9th slide. Yeah, so it is there. I mean, it's all there. It may just, when you are putting it in words, you may want to fine tune it there. Yeah, number one. Number two, I see that you have spoken about the certain initiatives undertaken by Beijing and Shanghai. This morning, we were actually told that whenever you make a reference to something like this, you have to go right to the end. This was something you looked at about 2011. That was the date of your reference. So, how much success have they achieved? You did mention that they have already curtailed the ownership of vehicles. So, have they achieved success? So, your report should say that. Then only the story is complete. Then, because that will give you a justification to say, because they have been successful, it is worth repeating the same thing here. Because if they didn't succeed, then no point mentioning Beijing and Shanghai. Yeah. If I may just help you here. 2 weeks ago, I was in Beijing. They have solved the problem totally. 10 years ago, everybody said Beijing is polluted. Today, the air of Beijing is cleaner than what we have in Kuala Lumpur. Yes. 10 years ago, they said everything was chaotic. But 2 weeks ago, when I was walking the streets of Beijing, it is cleaner and greener than Singapore. So, there are a lot of good learning points you have. You have mentioned the 2 cities. I suggest you go deeper into it so that you can migrate some of the learning into that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. One more comment.
What I have noticed is that you've listed for us the solutions and the problems that you have in your work.
Solution.
Yeah, because there was the example that you listed the problems and the solutions.
What I did here, like, so the lot of slides are there, that represents cause of condition. And because I'm not doing the concept, I can explain all the machines.
Yeah. So now, if we know, if you told us the problems and solutions, what else are you going to do?
The research gap is harder. The research gap and the research gap is actually due over driving. Because all are actually caused, they are not identified, for example, research is part. Gap activities over driving behavior. It means the new, say that all these problems are, say that creating frustrations, creating tensions among native drivers, on megacity, and that's creating, and that then driving in order. All right, for example, coming in for others. Okay, say that, not say that, not say that, what do I say? Not following traffic rules, not stopping on the red lines, things like that.
Yeah, so then in that case, what is the traffic regulation policy in that country?
Yeah, policies are there, but to say that one, like I said, explain the law. For example, say that our manpower is supposed to monitor the traffic system. The supposed to know if the city is about 50,000, in this city, 1.440 billion people lives, and we have only 3,900 something countries. And the rate of the traffic signals, most of the traffic signals don't work. We have 650 sections, intersections, traffic signals don't work. Or some of them do not work, or even say that something works not. A lot of problems we have. That's why we say people have transport really explain or say narrate. I say that the station you will explain. Because actually, 10 minutes not enough. Say that you drop down all the ideas, and also it's a pressure. In the last person, when you see, everybody say,
that's good, as a researcher, you become stronger.
That's very true. But also, I also said that.
Yes, because actually explain that there are major infrastructure issues also, but why are you focusing on driver behavior? Why don't you focus on all three areas as I suggested to you?
Thank you, sir, because in Bangladesh, it didn't work, but this similar type of work has done all over. So I tried to find a unique area to work with others work. For example, this is not last one I'm talking to you. Say that in China, that Western countries and Western European countries, they cannot think of their traffic behavior because they are more systematic, more disciplined. But the author mentioned in China, the European behavior, discipline, and that is behavior which is similar concept goes for propagation. So I just put that because I'm constrained and say that hopefully next time, and then I will our better. But I have everything. All the best.
Please remind everybody.
There is infrastructure, and also there is a network planner, voice planner, and also another two industry. Please try to manage your time to the following days.
The best is still to come.
And if you allow me, I'll have to thank all of you.
Yes.
Last person, and we are last. That's thank you very much.
Yes. Let us give our I see you have been very encouraged.
Thank you very much. Even more than that is please thank you very much for some of the lines. And then